Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, I want to take just a second and thank everybody who has contributed in this month's cycle. If you want your name on these placards, a Twitch subscription, Patreon, or Coffee membership, or a one-time contribution through Stream Elements, or Coffee, or a number of other people, or a number of other platforms will get your names on this placard. Hey there, Troll Castle King Jason. My goodness, can't English today. Well, good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and in mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay today. I'm gonna read these placards, and then we can get right on to the game screen, because I do have some things to say. So I'd like to thank Michael DS, Monkey Funk 4D, and the gifter for Kanan QXQ for their contributions to the Twitch subscriptions this month. I hope everybody enjoys the benefits that come along with these subscription packages. And while I don't have any Patreon members, I do want to thank Rasby the Player for their Valkyrie tier subscription. It means more than words could say. I'm being dead serious here. You guys are awesome. And I don't have any one-off contributors, but I do, want to thank people for having made one-off contributions in the past. Finally, before I turn the screen over, I do want to point out that I am trying to reach a 10-point sub goal. One sub is 1 point. I unlock a new emote and animated emote slot, so if you guys want more emotes and you don't want to have to pick between what I've got right now, maybe that's something to bear on the horizon, especially, if you've got a free Prime gaming that comes along with your Amazon Prime, you could that does count toward this. You could throw your free Prime at this, if and you so desire. Anyway, I think I've rambled long enough about this. We're gonna get to the gaming now. All right, get nice and seated in my chair. Hey there, folks. Welcome on in. Hope everyone's doing well today. I did do a little bit of farming. I need to explain that first as part of the recap. So, I set out on grinding. I found a number of things to make weapons out of. I was also mining in the depths. I didn't get that much ore, but I did get a reasonable amount of ore. I also got a good chunk of large zonite that we could use for large charges or stuff like that later. Outside of that, I also did the same thing with bows. Hey there, Lucas Soccer 2. Welcome on in. Good to see you, Lucas. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You're here just in time. I was just explaining the stuff I was doing off camera, so that, because you guys gave me or voted on the ability for me to grind off camera, I'm making sure I'm holding myself to account for the things I'm doing. The big thing that started happening off camera is I started bumping into other silver creature types, silver moblins, silver Lizalfos, off camera, and I didn't go to places that were off map, right? I was just doing the usual grind. Just doing the usual grind, and I started bumping into this, which just goes to show, and boss bokoblins as well. It just goes to show that the mechanics of the game really aren't that far apart from Breath of the Wild in many respects, and enemy scaling is one of those things. I have taken pictures of most things as well, so I've been steadily filling up the compendium with photos. So if you notice I'm not taking photos of things that we have not seen as a stream, that is probably why. Now, why is this so loud? Ugh. It's like specifically... Sorry, I'm like, there's something really going on. Oh, okay, I think for whatever reason, just Microsoft was like, hey, fool, I'm gonna make it so your headphones don't recognize what volume stuff is being played at. Yay! Yay for Microsoft BS. Troll Castle King Jason says, I got Donkey Kong Bonanza today. Awesome, awesome. You won't spoil anyway, but in more ways than one, you're smashing through it. I hear that everyone's going absolutely bananas for it, and going on a bonanza spree even. Okay, that was definitely stretching it.
Sure, Jan.
Yeah, that should be everyone's response to my joking. Before we begin, last thing. Before we begin, recap as to what actually happened last stream. Last stream, we started at the process of actually collecting Korok seeds again. The smelly and thankless task that Nintendo has definitely not overextended through 2 games now. Oh goodness, no. Even though it has all the quality of life features one could ask for, collecting Korok seeds is just smelly business. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, we started in Sky. We grabbed the small number of Korok seeds that were up here. And then we started collecting things on the surface. Lots of things. It's really just been one, one trial and tribulation after another. Today, I've got a goal in mind. I mean, obviously, we're not only going to go see what happened to, the previous elder, Mr. Kennelly. That is our goal today. But, we still got the ever-present, omnipresent sub-goal of collecting way too many Korok seeds for our own good. Let's just get started, shall we? Trying to think if there's anything I want to talk about just right away. Not particularly, I suppose. Other than maybe to say my gaming PC headset died. Yay. I love that for me. So I have a pair of wireless earbuds. Now, I have a history with earbuds. Like, with any kind of earbuds at all. That's why I prefer the headsets. Whenever I wear earbuds, my ears hurt after like half an hour. I'm like constantly, cleaning off the tips of the earbuds. It's wearing earbuds is really quite a chore, and I'm constantly having to put them back in my ears. You would think they would fit in the ear canal fine given their size, but I have weird ear canals. That doesn't quite work. Oh, yes. Also, I should say, we are using an object map in order to assist us in finding Korok seeds. So if you guys want to follow along, for you guys on YouTube, I do have commands that'll be coming around on a timer. But if you type in asterisk TOTK MAP, you'll get access to the object map. For those of you on Twitch, if you type in exclamation mark TOTK MAP, you'll get the exact same thing. It's an object map. That's all there is to it. The object map has fancy coordinates, things like where to find the platforms for the landing zones, or where to find the initial flower trail, or yes, even and especially including, you know, oh, is that a Frostalis? It is. Why don't we start with a, you know, a frosty trip down memory lane? Last time I fought one of these was pretty sure it was in the Trials of the Sword. Let's go. No, I don't want to take a picture of it. Thank you, but no. Let's sit this in correctly and then start using our nice weapons. Really? All right, get off. All right, are they gonna do it again? All right, off again. I just basically rinse and repeat this process. Ascend makes fighting these taluses even easier compared to Breath of the Wild. I'm being dead serious about that. Like once you have a good rhythm going, you can quite literally just have your way with these taluses. Right, one more time on to do it. There we go. Got him. What treasures are we getting? A lot of sapphire Oh. What? You know what? I guess it does make sense that we would get one of these. We have bumped into the regular talus hearts, so I guess seeing a frozen one isn't too surprising. I'm surprised they don't let us take pictures of that. Do we have a regular shield? Yeah, I suppose we do. I would say shields are in large part the thing I probably still have to grind a reasonable amount for before I would say I feel comfortable, and before I would feel comfortable calling my arsenal complete. All right, I'm willing to bet this thing probably swats away ice attacks like it's no one's business, or, you know, allows for an icy shield bash. Probably one of those two things. And of course, experimentation is going to be key later to figuring all that out. Nope. Definitely not this. Oh, we want to flip this around, I think is what we're trying to do here. Okay, that took a second, but I believe we eventually got it. I hope everything is going well in everyone's little slice of terra firma, aka planet Earth, wherever they are. It always sucks when, you know, you have to acknowledge the reality of, you know, Worldwide geopolitical upheaval. Okay, what is going on with the map? The map is doing some weird things. Okay, there we go. Got it. The object map also lets you mark off all the Koroks. So since one of the nice things is that if you like save an instance of the object map, which is what I can do with the OBS dock, literally the same link is opened every time. You can kind of use it as a log of sorts for all of the Korok seeds that you bump into, or other things too, not only Korok seeds. It probably won't let you mark chests or anything of the sort. You do have to search for chests, and there's no guarantee you'll find them. But they don't have like a nice icon, but they do show up as circles on your map, so you can like cross-reference the number of circles with like your regional map selections. I'm pretty sure we can probably sprint up this thing. Come on, Link. I need you to work with me here. Okay, so surfaces can also just be slick to your feet as well. Yeah, they really went out of their way to make sure that climbing surfaces like this is much harder compared to vanilla, or compared to Breath of the Wild, excuse me. I hope everyone enjoys today's thumbnail as well. I kept it pretty simple. I mostly just saturated the image for Mr. Kennelly, and added like a few cosmetic edits. Really? All right. Yeah, I'm okay. So the allegations, or I should say allegations. That sounds awful. The theory about, hunting meat in Hebra, is still very much true. You can still make your money by doing this. It's just a lot harder. Okay, what did I bump into? Here in the water, there is a nice question mark. Sizzlefin trout. Ah, okay. This red trout prefers warm bodies of water. Can't English very well today. It has a special organ specifically for storing heat. When cooked into a dish, it temporarily boosts your resistance to cold. Just make sure the whisper dock is not. I do have a dock for like monitoring Twitch whispers and things, but it's on the same. My OBS, I guess dock panels, or like overall viewing panel, only has but so much room for things. It only has but so much room, so I don't always monitor whispers like I should. Excuse me. Lucas says, what would you say your favorite item to fuse arrows to is? I don't know if I have a favorite. I guess when I'm thinking of favorite, I'm thinking of most useful. But definitely bomb flowers, by far. Bomb flowers or puff shrooms. Most useful stuff ever. It allows me to, more precisely aim where my explosions are, or what the explosions I'm going to create are, or, it centers. Oh, okay, they just disappeared. Cool. Or you can, really? Man, everyone and their mother wants me dead today. Okay, pay attention. Do I use muddle buds at all? I do now. I have done it off camera. I should probably demonstrate the effect on stream. I think I've done it already in like the past few episodes, but just in case. Okay, what's the deal with this? I feel like there's like a... Oh, I'm probably just not in the right spot, right? That's what's going on with this? Yeah, it's like up there. Okay, I see it. It's up there. But yeah, in large part, the the bomb arrow, like making bomb arrows is always going to be one of my favorite, most useful things of all time to do. All right. I'm probably not going to demonstrate the muddle bud here. And the reason I'm not going to demonstrate that here is largely because the muddle bud works best in crowds. If we find an encampment, I will definitely show you guys for sure. But it is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, so there's that one. I'll go ahead and mark that off the map. Now we got the next one, and that... Okay. We've got the next one, and I'll mark the next 6. All right, let's get to it. Let's get down to business to collect the Koroks. Watch my every movement, and you might get them all. They're the saddest creatures that were ever conceived. But don't give in and don't despair. You'll get them all real soon. And that's where I'll go ahead and stop. Sorry, I had to get... I had that little brain worm, you know, stuck in my head. Had to get it out somehow. I know I definitely didn't finish the cadence of the song, and I'm pretty sure I fused the first verse and the chorus, but I don't care, A, and B, as far as, like, Disney is concerned, anything that, oh no. Of course. Let me guess. Oh. I thought for okay. Weird. Oh, I bet it's underneath that frost there. That ice crystal there. Okay, I saw the springs, and my immediate first thought was like, oh god, they're gonna make us attach the Korok to a spring and use that. No, they're gonna become oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, you should book it. Ah, got him this time. Okay, let's take a second, mark 6 new Koroks to go find. Then I guess I'll kind of do like a sweeping motion with this. And I think yeah, we'll kind of do a sweeping motion, and our ultimate goal is to end up right back at the Skyview Tower. Oh, actually, yeah, if we want to make the object... Actually, yeah, that's not going to work. No, we're going to just do a simple sweep, and we'll end up at the old flight range area before we know it. Like maybe in like an hour or two. That's our target. That's where we're gonna be. A question I suppose I can ask is, what is everyone's least favorite enemy in Tears of the Kingdom so far? I think I can confidently say by least favorite, for me, I mean least challenging, and that would be, not the least challenging, but the most annoying. And that's probably a Gleeok by far. It's like right here. Hey there, Mr. Fabian. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're continuing the long rote task of trying to get many Korok seeds. We're going to be doing this a while. Many episodes of this. Okay, there's the tent. If that's the tent, I need to find where the friend is and mark that instead. Are you... Game, you cannot be serious. Suppose they are serious. All right. Right around there is where we'll end up going. All right. And then we've got... There's the tent. And this is where the next one is. You can hopefully stay for the whole stream because today was your birthday. Awesome. Happy birthday, Mr. Fabian. I hope you have a lot of fun. I hope you find fun things to do with family. Or friends, or both. Why not both? And I also hope that you have some... You find a way to eat some delicious food. Maybe even share a picture if you happen to be on this Discord server. I digress. That's not really required, but food is like a universal culture. I don't think there's a single human being that won't at least talk about food. Maybe not, not everyone's a foodie. Not everyone likes going on food journeys. Some people are like, yeah, I don't care what I eat. I just want to eat and get back to business, or whatever. I have met a couple of individuals that are like that. It's a very, as someone who is a foodie and likes going on food journeys, it's very alien to me, but I do get the motivation. You've got too many things to do and not enough time in the day. I totally get it. Lucas Soccer says, personally, the most annoying enemy for you is a battle talus. Yes, the talus that's outfitted with bokoblins or Lizalfos on it, right? Yeah, those are pretty annoying too. And you kind of, because of the platforms and everything, you have to actually use the ascend ability to easily get up to where the crystal is, or the rock ore is. Yeah, I totally get that. That's pretty annoying. Mr. Fabian says it's nighttime right now, so the celebration is over. Sadness, but you did celebrate, right? That would imply there was one, and that's really. Oh, I lost where they were. No? But, yeah, I hope the celebration went well, at least. I hope you did get to do, all of the stuff that I described. That you did get to eat food. You did get to have fun with friends or family or both. Or, even a birthday all to yourself. I hope some people like doing that too. All right, let's deal with this Korok. I get the feeling like I'm missing something here. That's why. That is definitely why. I need to find where the target is. It's like, how's this looking on the map? Maybe... Yeah, okay, I know what it's asking. Mr. Fabian says, but you're celebrating with your friends on Sunday? Ah, okay. That's cool. And also, your most annoying enemy is Lionels. Okay. They're too easy for me now that you have experience to the point that they're a nuisance. Fair. I still enjoy fighting Lionels, mainly because I'm very happy I've developed the capacity for parrying their attacks. Before I streamed Breath of the Wild, you know, I could confidently dodge Lionel attacks, but I couldn't ever parry them. I decided to take a couple of nights toward the end of the stream to kind of like, not the end of the stream, but toward the, you know, as the stream LP was coming to a close, I decided I would take time to practice, and once I got the hang of parrying Lionel attacks, the Lionels went from a relatively hard encounter to like, oh, okay, they're tedious now, or like they're so predictable it's not even funny. With enough practice, I'm even pretty sure I'm gonna be able to like parry the horn attacks as well. Because all the horn attacks enemies have like a weird lead up that they do. Like the enemies aren't used to using their horns. It's like extra weird. Where is it? It's like right here. We still got enough cold resist to make this work. But that's totally fair. So Taluses, yeah, Taluses are pretty annoying. I think that's a more honest answer for me than Gleeoks, because although Gleeoks do, you know, buffet you with wins, that really isn't all that annoying considering they're a relatively new enemy type. Whereas Taluses I've dealt with time and time again, and it's always the same thing with them. Except now, you know, they're made a little bit easier with Ascend. Whereas before, okay, we now need to take this a little bit more slow. Mr. Fabian says, I flurry rush the horn attack on enemies. You don't parry it. I only parry normal attacks, even with Lionels. Fair. I don't parry... I do try to flurry rush, considering that the game actually goes out of its way to improve flurry rushes. But even so, the Lionels are like the one enemy I'll, you know, parry day in and day out. I enjoy that skill. I hope it translates to Elden Ring. I'm sure it won't, but if it does... Oh goodness, I just blanked on what I was about to say. I'll read comments then. Troll Castle King Jason says, imagine a robotic Gleeok that is fast as Lionel's, but in the air, oh no. No. Please, for the love of God, absolutely not. And the name of Hylia's sacred creation, no. No, I don't, I can imagine it, and I hate it. I hate it. And I thought the Flame Gleeok, some Flame Gleeok attacks were pretty fast. Lucas Soccer says, did you whistle sprint in Breath of the Wild? Not too terribly much. Mr. NK showed me how to do it. And while I can do it, I do have to, like, claw grip my controller. to do the whistle sprint, and as someone who has Burger King size hands at the ripe age of 33, I know it's everyone's favorite thing to joke with me about is my small hands. I don't miss the whistle sprints, assuming that you can't do that in Tears of the Kingdom. I really don't miss it at all. Also, incoming Blood Moon. Because why the heck not? I'm sure people that could pull off the whistle sprint pretty consistently do miss it. And I think it's valid to miss it, you know? That as someone who, for whom whistle sprinting made their hands hurt, yeah, I don't miss it. What about you yourself, Lucas Soccer, or anyone else for that matter? Assuming whistle sprinting is not a thing in Tears of the Kingdom, do you miss it? Is that like a selling point for you for Breath of the Wild compared to Tears of the Kingdom? Mr. Fabian says, I whistle sprinted a lot in your recent Breath of the Wild playthrough for your first time. Nice, nice. Now, I will say, I don't miss whistle sprinting, but I do get the appeal. It is definitely faster. I totally get that. I just can't pull it off all that easily. Alright, where is our friend the Korok? I specifically made sure I targeted the friend in all this. Is he sitting up here nice and pretty? Okay, I don't see him. That's kind of a problem. Oh, I'm not at the correct one. I'm not at the correct one. That's not what this is. This is build shelter. Okay. There's that. And then, of course, they put the rest of the pieces down there. That's real nice of them. Lucas Soccer says you love doing it, but now that they removed it, it made me mad because they removed it. And now it uses more stamina than normal sprinting. You know, that's Nintendo devs for... Really, gentlemen? I can't have a halfway decent conversation without you blighters trying to kill me. Stop that. Can't even solve a simple puzzle by itself. I think this is big enough to cover the gap. Oh no. No, it's not. Or at least I don't have it fully fitted on that. Alright, let's try again. Okay, no, that is enough. They gave me an extra piece is what it was. Got it. Got it. Well, you know what they say. It's like, the video that I hearkened that experience for you, Lucas, the thing that your statement makes me think of is, there's a channel, I'm pretty sure it's called Dragon Blitz for Daily or something like that. He's like a prolific Castlevania speedrunner, and there was an event I think last year where they were speedrunning Bloodstained, and Iga Kogarashi, the dev for the like creative dev for I'm headed in the complete wrong direction. The creative dev for, like, the Igavania style Castlevanias, the Metroidvanias, who also went on to develop and personally oversee the Bloodstained series. He happened to attend one of these, like, physical events, and the speedrunners were really happy to see him. So happy, in fact, they showed him how they were breaking his game in like 10 seconds, like finishing the game in like 10-15 seconds. And he just kind of like grimaces and, you know, plays off polite. Like you could tell that it was kind of torture for an artist to have their work kind of be scrambled the way that it was. Like, it was really, really weird. I don't think Iga's gonna attend too many more events now that that's happened, of course. But the game was not... I think he was one of the devs that did not patch the game. Oh, okay, what the heck is all this? It's, like, up there, and I'm almost sure it's a rock. But yeah, that's what that makes me think of. And, you know, Iga Kogarashi is like a pretty chill guy, all things considered. So the fact that, you know, speedrunners speedrunning his game and glitching it out like crazy got to him at least a little bit. I would definitely not be surprised if that sort of thing got to Aonuma. I hear a lot of Japanese game devs are like this. They really don't like, or they're personally uncomfortable with people, let's say, messing around with their art like that, and the art being a video game. It's a little bit weird. Video games are like this weird medium that's like half art, half entertainment. Because art is typically not for entertainment. It doesn't compel you to think about things too much. Okay. Let's get our friend, our Korok friends out of the way, eh? I think we've put that off long enough. So, I all of that to come back around and ultimately say, you know, I could certainly understand. That doesn't mean I like it, but I do understand where Japanese game devs are coming from. They like when their games are... What the heck is all this? Oh, isn't that... Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess we can do that right here. You know, we don't have to, like, stick to the script that much. I get where the devs are coming from. I get why they would patch something like that out. People can, you know, vehemently disagree and say, oh, you know, that's foul. Why would you do... What the heck was that noise? Are there more bokoblins, or is it just one? It's just one again. How did I like the Wind Temple boss? Oh, Colgera was awesome. I was a little disappointed by it toward the end. I was a little disappointed by it in the end, but that's mostly because I thought it was a bit easy. As someone who has a background in Dark Souls and Elden Ring, or difficult video games in general, and can generally tangle on at least hard mode or higher in other games. I'm not surprised, and it's not like Tears of the Kingdom is lauded for being a difficult game, or a supremely difficult game. This is like the Dark Souls of Zelda games. It's like the Dark Souls of the Zelda franchise. I personally think it is, even if it's not all that difficult. It asks this particular installment or part of the franchise asks a lot more out of players than, like, say, I don't know, A Link Between Worlds, or even Triforce Heroes, or something along those lines. They're just completely different styles of game. It's totally fine. I'm only saying, you know, my experience is going to make my enjoyment of the bosses vary just a little bit. How did I do it? Did I dive through, or did I shoot him? I shot him. I shot him 6 times with... No, I'm sorry, 12 times, because you gotta break through the ice first, with flaming arrows. And I made sure I had decent stocks of bows for that. Lucas Soccer says, what was my worst crash out moment? Ooh, good question. So, what I got the most upset by? Definitely Elden Ring Reforged. Definitely that particular overhaul mod for Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure what made me crash out might have been Hiernan? Yeah, Hiernan. That definitely made me Hiernan is like a custom boss, and he required a lot more precision compared to some other bosses. I would describe that as it took me like 80-90 attempts to get like even one kill on Hiernan when I was doing the routing for Deathless Elden Ring Reforged runs. Colgera's battle theme, Troll Castle King Jason goes on to say, Colgera's battle theme has a snippet of The Legend of Zelda, the Wind Waker's Dragon Roost Island theme. I think I did pick up on that, yeah. It's a pretty nice callback, and Colgera itself is a nice callback to Mr. Molgera from Wind Waker, so... Fabian says Mr. Fabian says I should have dove through him. It's way more fun that way. I was more focused on figuring the fight out for the first time. More than anything. All right, what are you gonna give me to help me out, game? You're gonna make me... Oh no, the game actually, I'm pretty sure straight up just said, hey fool, I know you've got auto build. It's time for you to use it. Nice. Absolutely nice. Hey there, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. It's been a bit, but I trust that you're well in both body and mind, and, you know, I hope you enjoy your stay. Shiny says, just, joined in just to say hi and to, you know, reassure me that I still exist. People come and go in streaming communities all the time, but I really appreciate you checking in with me. I was getting a little concerned, a little worried. All right, Mr. Korok, talk to me. What do you want me to do? Glue a shield? To him, and like glue his shield to a Korok and literally sled him down the slope? I'm not doing that. I'm gonna build something. We're gonna go from there. Yikes! Definitely not. Sled? Yeah. Oh, you know what? They actually do want us to make a sled. Why do I say that? I'm glad you said that, Shiny. They want us to chop down some trees glue them together and make a sled. I'm almost positive this is what they want us to do. Why would they... why else would they happen to have this particular Korok next to some trees? Well, I mean, I will play this, I'll play the game that this game wants me to play. Come on. It's not hard to make, it's not hard to make the sleds. Really not. Simple 3-log sled ought to suffice as well. And you know, if I need to, I can add some propulsion too, like maybe a rocket toward the front. All right, Mr. Korok, it's time. Are you ready to go on a sleigh ride? I'm this game's version of Santa Claus. But Lucas Soccer says, sometimes I feel bad for Koroks. I do think they're kind of unfairly made fun of at times, which is why whenever I'm not sure trees will work here, though. There might be too much friction. You might be right, but I'm gonna try. Just need to position it right. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Sorry, I was thinking through what I was going to do with this Korok, which is why I didn't do my usual call signs with the advertisement, but that is the 5-minute alert for the commercial breaks. I'm going to finish reading our comments pretty quickly, and then I'll get to the usual pre-commercial routine. Mr. Fabian says, no Korok shield sled? That's sad. I feel like that's what the game actually wants me to do. Not gonna lie. But I don't want to waste a shield on this. Like, it's weird, but I don't want to waste a shield on that. Because I'm not even sure I'm gonna get the shield. Like, yes, I can unglue the Korok from the shield. Like, I can get the shield back technically, but what I don't... I'm not going to be able to control, I'm not going to be able to control that shield while I'm also probably shield surfing on a different shield. It's just, it feels so gauche. That's all. Lucas Soccer says they are test subjects. Yeah, I've seen people make the Korok torture machines using Zonai devices. I've seen that. Shiny says, I'm not sure trees will work. There might be too much friction. Yeah, I already read that. Okay. Mr. Fabian says I can always get it back. True. And then Mr. Shiny goes on to say, do shields act like this when dropped as an item, though? Maybe. Let's try. Let's do a test with nothing on it. No. They don't even act like that. Dropped as objects. Okay. So, let me take a quick look around. See if there's some sort of device that they left on a cliffside that they want us to use. They do sometimes do that, where they're like, hey, we need you to look around for the thing we want you to put the Korok on. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were literally just auto-build something. Goodness, I'm not going to be able to complete the shill at this rate. Let me go ahead and get that done and out of the way. First, I want to thank you guys for, hanging out with me today so far. I really, truly, deeply appreciate it. If you guys hadn't considered doing so, and yeah, if you guys hadn't considered doing so, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube, or por qué no la dos? Like, why not both, right? And please also consider joining the Discord. I have a Google Calendar on there. You guys can sync that up to your Android, or I'm sure Apple has something you can do with that as well. But you can sync it up to your phones if you so want. And the Google Calendar is a generally very accurate schedule. So I update it religiously. Like clockwork. Promise. And then since we probably have less than maybe 60 seconds, the commercial breaks generally tend to last about 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen in the upper left-hand corner and everything, and as soon as that timer has dissipated, we'll be right back to gaming. I highly recommend you guys get a stretch or take a break doing something you enjoy yourselves, because I'm going to be away from my desk too. Like, I encourage we all kind of take the break together. That would be my advice. And I'll explain more about that later when I come back. You guys are suggesting I roll him off the hill? We will do that when we come back from the commercial break. I'm pretty sure we have less than 30 seconds. I don't want to be caught in the middle of... doing that when the ads roll. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I hope everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. You know, stretch break, snack break. Take your pick of anything else, really. Let me catch up on chat here. Let's see. Mr. Fabian says maybe a curved shield. I mean, yeah, the Lionel shield wasn't the best example, but we'll try the snowball idea first. Shiny says, well, I need to go for now anyway. We'll try catching you later. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And, you know, do have a good rest of your day. Rest well and be well. And with that, if I'm going to turn the Korok into a snowball, I'm going to save. Why? Why might I save? Because if I can't find the newly snowballed Korok, I'm going to want to reload and rethink my strategy about this. All right. Let's see. Mr. Tulin, I need you to blow a gust of wind for me. No! I was too close to the Korok when this happened. Oh, right, I need to be careful. Not this. It's gotta be stuff like this. Alright, I guess the Korok is rolling slow enough that I can kind of just follow it on foot. This feels wrong. I gotta say, if this is really what they expected us to do with the Korok, you know, on one hand, I guess... Nice. We gotta roll this puppy all the way down. Yeah, this is actually the intended strat. I'm almost positive of that now. They wanted to test our ability to use... our ability to use our sage powers. My god. This is annoying. See, I would have rather just stapled the, I definitely would have rather just stapled the Korok to a vehicle and got this moving. The fact that this is the, like, intended solution, right? It just feels, this doesn't feel good to use. Like, at all. I'll just cart him the rest of the way on foot. That's literally going to be faster. But I suppose it was novel, you know, like, hey, we know you got your power. Maybe you should consider, you know, using that power to do more than just fly around, right? I guess that's cool. I just don't know if that would have necessarily been the scenario I would have done that with, right? I would have maybe, you know, stapled it to some kind of mechanism. Maybe what they wanted us to do was to make a sled and then, you know, push that sled with a gust of wind. Maybe staple a Korok to like a single log and push it down the hill that way. I could totally see that being a thing. All right, so we can mark off the Korok friends. And now we can I suppose the last one's like over here. Yeah, I believe so. Or fan and sled. Yeah, I think putting fans on that would work. I'm going to enjoy getting the control sticks later. Once we actually get the Zonai controllers, That's gonna liberate our auto build designs quite a bit. And I'll probably make a few things, perhaps off camera, after the stream or whatever when we get those. And I'll show off what I've built. It's just a giant, like, crystal of ice. Okay, I need to know what the heck is under this. It's probably gonna go faster if I can light up, if I can, like, light up, a couple of bonfires. Yeah, okay. I've got my method of attack. Just gotta find the lumber, find the wood. Just gotta find it. Where is this? Mr. Fabian says, my cousin next to me just said she would rocket it to space. Fair. Fair. Rocket it to space. And, you know, maybe... If it were me, I would have made, like, some sort of sled. And not out of wood. I probably would have, if I had, like, auto-built this on my own and knowing what I know now, I definitely would have gone closer to where the flight controllers are, or like the Zonai controllers. I would have grabbed those right away so that I could make things that could be steered properly. But that knowledge is meant for veterans. It was not meant for me to know. Okay, yeah, I just had to find it. Okay, just gonna scatter these around like so. And one more time for good measure. And then I suppose the last thing we can do is we can, you know, light a long stick on fire and quite literally melt this thing for real. Oh, that's what this was blocking? All right. We're not going to go in here yet, but it's nice to know that caves cannot only be blocked by sediment, but by straight up ice too. That's pretty neat. We'll be sure to explore that when we actually get ready to do the cave segment. And boy, oh boy, we're going to be spending a long time in Hebra, everybody. I want us to get nice and comfortable with chilly places today. With the snow and the ice. Now, I've said this with Breath of the Wild for those that have been here long enough. But Hebra is one of my favorite places in this particular portion of the franchise. I like Hebra a lot. It's got fantastic views. I happen to really be quite the sucker. I have quite the soft spot for, you know, tall, snowy mountains. I like them in paintings. I would love to actually love to go to a snowy mountain in real life. Okay, so how are they wanting us to... Oh, okay. Yep, so it's literally like this. We found the thing. Yeah, okay. We found the right orientation, I think. He says, while having trouble fitting it into the precise hole this is supposed to be in. Just had to kind of jimmy it in there a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, did that... Okay. Did I think I might have gotten the wrong one, actually. Yeah, we definitely did. Yeah, I found puzzle blocks. Oh, no. Well, no. I got the correct one. The issue is I should have marked this one. Let's get that one real quick, and then we'll mark up a few more. But, yeah, just... Even though the visibility is low, right? And we're obviously not at the place where I'd want to take a picture. That would have been back at the Hebra North Summit. We could have easily made that climb if I wanted to. I have been known to take a few captures of things I actually like looking at in this game, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Here's a question I can probably ask everybody. What's your favorite region in either Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Or, if you're feeling saucy, both. I can pretty confidently say it is both for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, for me. I like Hebra in both. Okay, so I'm willing to bet there's probably a flower trail nearby. Just gotta find it. You gonna dart around or what? No, okay, they're gonna scurry off. Good. Good. Alright. Oh, that's quite a bit of the ways down. I wasn't quite expecting that. That's fine, I suppose. The flower should be somewhere around here, if I recall correctly. Ah, yes, here. They're getting really good about hiding these. Oh, okay. I thought they might have made us climb the bridge. I mean, I guess they kind of did, right? But really, we just ran on top of it. All right. Give me just a second while I mark up some more. Just zoom in a little bit so I can get the right thing going here. Okay, got it. That's number one. Then we've got a couple down here. I'm willing to bet a lot of or a handful of these are going to be find something melted under the ice, pick it up, or lift it up. I mean, if the pattern is anything like Breath of the Wild, which it's the same game engine. I can certainly imagine the pattern is going to be the same or pretty close. Just like right here. Probably a standing fairy light if I had to guess. And then that one. And we'll probably take a break at the flight range as well. Yeah, the next one is actually like straight up toward the back, like right here. All right. And by the time we reach the 5th one in this particular trail of Korok seeds, we'll take a break at the flight range. You know, we'll do the namesake of the thumbnail. I'll be interested in Kennelly's story for why he does what he's doing. Like, unfortunately, for me to find and source the thumbnails, I do have to click on a lot of, you know, wiki articles, or Zelda.net articles, or a lot, you know, just places where lots of information is stored. That's where I've gotten my best thumbnails. What the heck is that? That is a frost gleeok? I'm okay. That's cool, I guess. We are going to... I'm going to actually enchant a couple of items then with gleeok horns. We're gonna make a couple of these. Let's say we take a break, shall we? And see if we can't challenge a gleeok. Sounds fun. And we have way more ammunition compared to, like, last time. Just in case, because gleeoks are quite the handful for me. They're not easy for me yet. I'm gonna activate the overlay. So if people are noticing I'm not getting super chatty, you know, the gleeok is gonna be why that is. Wish me luck, everybody. Welcome back, Mr. Shiny. Yeah, this is a very chilly encounter. I will definitely admit that. Okay, why is my health not restoring? That was weird. Ah, it's too fast. I need to find spots where the... Yeah, I need to just book it right now. Yeah, I need to hide behind this. Okay. Really? How did that miss? What? I'm sorry, what? Why did the music stop? Don't even think about it. This isn't some casual encounter. I will make you pay attention to me, Mr. Gliot. Why did it do that? That's really weird. I need to change which rock I'm using. Have you tried to eyeball it? No, I have not. Let me try specifically. We've not met any fire keys, so let me. It'll have to be another eyeball. Okay, this is a little bit easier. Thanks for the tip there. Right, get ready. No, that is incorrect. Oh boy, this is getting nasty. Oh, yep, that happened. Wow, these are actually some pretty varied attacks. Dang it. Okay, touching that was bad. Okay, duly noted. Don't touch the ice crystals unless I can pop them with something. All right, let's swap what I'm eating here. Dang it. I might have to, let's see, can I melt these? I can. I have to be higher up. Okay, it has now moved to the sky. Oh, wait, you can recall these? Oh, okay, but we're still not safe during the recall period. Got it. I think I have to catch them, yeah, it's gotta be... Stand on it so you land in the sky. Oh. Yeah, okay. Got it. Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yep. Nope, absolutely not. Not getting on top of those. Oh, really? Oh, but so they're still summoning this ice storm, but they can also still move during this. Got it. Thanks for the tips and tricks, everybody. Wow, that is a dangerous encounter. I thought the fire and thunder Gleeok was bad. The frost Gleeoks are the most threatening ones. My goodness. Can I just say that the frost Gleeok is by far the coolest? So far, based on what I've experienced. The frost one is by far the coolest, which is fine by me because I'm a huge purveyor of frost and lightning magic in video games. GG, thank you for the GGs. Just wait till you find one of their kings. Yeah, I'll say. And yep, they take hefty damage when they drop from up high. Yeah, I was wondering. I knew they took fall damage before, but it's not only do they take fall damage, but how much? Lucas Soccer says, "Bro got cooked. Let's go." Yeah. Is that pun intended? The Frost Gleeok is the coolest. Oh, of course, my soundboard would not work during this. Local spinsters, everybody. Local spinsters. I am blessed with a hilarious audience. Let's take some pictures of this. In the future, I will definitely make sure I have food cooked for these. I definitely ate through stores of just apples and other stuff. But yeah, this was definitely the awesomest, most epic fight I've had so far. It's better than... okay, it's probably not better than Colgera from like a presentation standpoint or anything, but I do like it about as much as I like the Colgera fight, which is to say a lot. And unlike the Colgera fight, there was no disappointment at the end. So, I don't know, I kind of consider that a win-win. We are building more shelters. That's what this game wants. Let me just make sure I've not missed everything. Okay, so basically what I've learned is I definitely want to be farming Lionel bows specifically for the purposes of dealing with Gleeok heads pretty quickly. And then I also want the Demon King bows because shooting at long range is like so important in this game. It's not funny. Okay, where are the rest of the wooden planks, though? Control Castle King Jason, in less than a week you'll be getting the Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition and the Jamboree TV. Okay, now most of that made sense to me, but what the heck is Jamboree TV? Is that like a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive like app or something? Shiny says, I ain't gonna spoiler more, but there is something even mightier that's awaiting me. You know, a King Gleeok, right? Like, people have been kind of saying it offhandedly for multiple streams. And then Shiny says shooting at higher range. Monster wings are the answer. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Monster wings definitely are supposed to help with that. I just want a base bow that shoots pretty far, and so far I found the Demon King bows to fit that bill pretty nicely. You know, fuse parts notwithstanding. Okay, I'm willing to bet there are more wooden planks. Maybe up here? No. There's not. Okay. Where else? Do I need to change how I'm thinking about this? I might need to change how I'm thinking about this. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening here. I need to change how I'm thinking about this. Never mind. Let's see. The Troll Castle King Jason says, my 5th Nintendo Switch game, but the 3rd Nintendo Switch 2 edition game? Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Shiny says, the Demon King's bow has a special property. The more hearts you have, the higher damage it deals, capping at 60. Yeah, we're at 18 right now, so it's not a particularly great bow yet, but we will be getting there sooner rather than later. And then you go on to say, if you want a general high-range bow, get a Great Eagle bow. I was under the impression that I was forbidden from making one of these. I was under the impression I was forbidden from having one. Or maybe that might have just been a comment about, oh, haven't I had enough of that bow yet? And the answer is obviously no. I happen to... Oh, okay. Yep, let's not do that. When moving things around with your mouse accidentally drags your OBS stocks, that's how you know you're truly experiencing streamer problems. Truly. You can easily get one from a quest. You just need a swallow bow, wood, and some diamonds. Oh man, history doesn't always repeat, but when it does repeat, it's pretty nice. It's or at least most of the time when the history is good. It's talk to Taba for the quest. Interesting. I tried talking. Maybe I didn't talk to him at the right time. When we get to the flight range, I presume there's gonna be a nearby shrine. Well, actually, how close to the tower is that? Yeah, actually, they wouldn't give me a shrine. That's, like, extremely close to a tower. Okay. Yeah, we can just, warp back and see if Taba will be a little bit more pliant with giving out that quest line. Come on, get up there. Get up there just a little bit. It's, is that a platform or is that just random rock number 500? That is random rock number 500. Okay. Cool. I'm excited. I can't wait to show you guys the, object of today's thumbnail. Or, I don't know if I remember it correctly. Sure. I tried talking to him after, you know, we did the whole thing with the Wind Temple and Tulin and everything, but I didn't have any success with that because I really wanted that bow. But if I can't have the Great Swallow Bow, that would be really nice. I wonder if they're gonna I wonder if they're gonna put the same restriction on it. Yeah, it was Taba. You should trust your memory more. I appreciate you confirming it, though. Like, I mean, Tears of the fact that you talked to Taba to initiate it, I guess isn't. Why am I doing that? Just chuck the fruit, man. Really? That's interesting. I mean, the way you said it was like almost an exact mirror from, Breath of the Wild. That's all. Not exactly a mirror, but pretty close. So if it sounds uncanny, double checking is not the worst thing in the world to do. Okay, here we're actually going to teleport there. Oh, I almost forgot. How did I find my organization thus far? I have not had a chance to interact too much yet. The people seem nice. You know, people greeted me in the introductions room. Everyone seemed pretty... everyone seemed pretty keen on you know, making themselves known. I'm also just not the most, I'm not the most proactive Discord chatter in the whole wide world. I often spend my time doing a lot of different stream and content prep activities. So that doesn't leave me an incredible amount of time for chatting, but I promise I will make my presence a bit more known than yesterday. I promise I will make my presence a bit more known soon. The one that welcomed you was Client Representative Manager Haru. Yeah, that sounds correct. There was one other person as well. They both said hi, and I'm pretty sure I said hi back. Yeah, I'll have a better answer for you probably by tomorrow. I also woke up rather late today. Because while I wake up at about 4 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, right around that mark, sometimes it's earlier than that. I usually wake up, make the thumbnail, if I hadn't made one already, post the thumbnail to the appropriate channel, upload the stream, update the description, and then make 2 social media posts. Honestly, if I didn't have to make the social media posts, I would feel pretty happy about that. Then, you know, the whole ordeal would take me less than 90 minutes. But oh hell, did I not mark this correctly? No, I did not mark that correctly. Okay. It's like a whole it's a whole morning ritual. It would be nice to cut out the social media from that, but I certainly don't expect that. Shiny says, swallow bow, 5 wood, and 3 diamonds exactly. Oh, that requirement got, bumped up a little bit. Wasn't it, like 1 diamond and like 3 pieces of wood in Breath of the Wild? So they made the clan weapons a bit more expensive. But I'm hoping I can kind of have more than one of them. Probably not, but... Edit pin. Okay. We want to be heading over here. Fairy lights, right? Oh no, flower trail. Ah, it should just take me around the house. Finale probably has to be thinking, what the hell is that noise? What in the goddess's name is that noise? Oh, I guess I haven't been paying attention. I'm gonna warp to the tower one more time. And the reason for that is so I can update the Korok counter really quick. Because we turned in a whole bunch of seeds to Hestu, I no longer have an accurate count based on the inventory. 288. Okay. I have been keeping track. I just wanted to make sure. It really... I really thought that given the quality of life enhancements they made to this game, I really thought they would have, you know, made an easier way or another way to check the count quickly and not just be like, oh, yeah, you can see it every time you warp. Cool, I'm not always paying attention to that, Nintendo / Aonuma. Come on now. I really would have appreciated another way to check it and not just based on inventory. Okay, where did I head wrong here? All right. There you are, Mr. Kennelly. My favorite bird, out other than Teba, of course. Oh, I'm pretty sure this is where we get the swallow bow from. Hi. Hello there, Link. It's been a while, hasn't it? I see you are enjoying retirement, Mr. Kennelly. Teba told me all about what you did, how with your help that wretched blizzard is finally lifted. What's more, I hear you looked after young Tulin every step of the way. You have my thanks and my admiration for whatever an old bird's admiration is worth. As you've no doubt surmised, I retired from my position as elder and entrusted the village to Teba's leadership. Now I spend my days here at the flight range, helping mold the next generation of Rito warriors. I regret to say that the blizzard ruined our old training equipment. But rather than try to recreate the original course, I've taken this opportunity to prepare a new one. In this course, individuals will train their wits and agility by passing through a series of floating rings. This game literally had the devs take a page out of Spyro's notebook. Oh man, for those who don't know about Spyro the Dragon, it's kind of like a cult classic at this point. It is a game featuring a flying purple dragon named Spyro and their dragonfly companion named Sparks. And one of the core things that's in every Spyro game in some way, shape, or form, and I've played a lot of Spyro games for the record, are either the ring races or ways to introduce flying rings anywhere, in any way, shape, or form. It's too integral to the... or integral. It's too integral to the Spyro series. So I'm amused that multiple game devs are taking this as inspiration. The official TCC management account has messaged you for later. You just wanted to inform me? Thank you. I appreciate that. I will definitely check that out later. So, floating rings. My hope is that this will teach young warriors to fly more confidently even in unfriendly skies. That's valid, Kennelly. That said, no one has actually attempted the course, as I only just finished it. Hopefully a brave volunteer comes along to try it out. At the flight range, Kennelly has set up a new training course where trainees will fly through rings floating in the sky. Before he can open it up to trainees, he needs a brave volunteer to go for a test run on a new course. That archery set is left over from past training sessions. It's a shame they're simply collecting dust, but I have no other plans for them. You seem like someone who could put them to good use, Link. They're yours if you want them. Thank you. Especially with a swallow bow. 5 pieces of wood and 3 diamonds will get me the eagle bow. I guess we should talk to you, right? Hoo-hoo, so you're stepping up. You want to try my training course? What a surprise! And an honor. The rules are simple. You pass through as many of the floating rings as you can before time runs out. Oh, and don't stray too far, You'll be disqualified if you leave the flight range. Since this is your first attempt, I'll go easy on you. Let's say 15 rings is enough to earn a passing grade. Manage that, and I'll give you a fitting reward. So, care to give it a try? Marvelous. I'll show you to the starting position. I'm pretty sure he gave us the rules beforehand. Ready? Then on your mark, get set. Oh, we do not have long. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Woohoo! You cleared all of the rings. Well done. I know how to play your game, old man. Well done, Link. You passed the flying colors. Hoo-hoo. You have a pair of wings hidden under there. You've set a high water mark for my trainees to aspire to. Clearly, I picked the right Hylian to give this course a spin. Please take this. Money-making game. Everybody loves a money-making game. Yep, 50 rupees. Okay, that warning that you guys overheard earlier was the 5-minute warning before commercial break. Since this is the second hour, it's time to get everyone's favorite shilling out of the way. Insert sarcasm TM watermark here. Shill. So, I've talked about the free easy methods to help the channel grow. Following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. Making sure those bells are turned on. And, word of mouth. Word by social media. Whatever you can spare. Any little sharing amongst friends, family, and community helps a lot. And of course, you guys don't even have to do that to be here. You being here is enough. But if you do feel like being financially generous and you wish to give me further support, first off, thank you. Second off, it gets your name added to the placards that I read at the start of every stream. I've been doing it like clockwork for over 6 months now. I hope everybody at least feels a little bit better if they've tossed money at me, that they end up immortalized for a month. There are plenty of methods in which to be financially generous. A lot of them are going to be in the link tree in the description on the YouTube side, or it'll be underneath the video player on the Twitch side. There should be a little link that's a link tree link. You could just click on that and you'll find most of the same stuff there. I highly recommend Patreon or Coffee because you get most of the same benefits for $1 less a month if you're on Twitch. And you get most of the relevant ones at the $1 tier, by the way. But for those of you on Twitch, you also have everything that's baked in on Twitch as well. You've got bits, subs, and so on. You'll find that stuff, as well as some of the other avenues for direct donations in the About Me section underneath the donations panel. I have most of the relevant links contained there, but a lot more of them are going to be in the Linktree link anyway. Those are the ones I check on more than anything else. Otherwise, not going to say too much more than that. Our commercial breaks are 3 minutes long, approximately. There will be a timer on the screen. I'll be stepping away from my desk, and I encourage everyone else to do the same for those 3 minutes. I wouldn't run these ad breaks if I didn't have to, but since I do, you know, I run them. I run them this way for my physical health, at least as much of it as I'm allowed to preserve anyway. So in order to not, you know, put FOMO on anyone, which is what Twitch wants to do, by the way, I have these breaks structured in such a way that you guys don't have to, sit through the ads if you don't want to. Also, there's something to be said for ad blockers. But if Google managed to kill a pretty big one lately, I'm not too confident in the remaining ad block suites in the future. Like, a lot of these media platforms might start finding ways to proliferate ad block killing technology, and that's not going to be fun for anyone. So just be wary. I would definitely recommend, you know, having an ad blocker anyway. Just be mindful. They may not be the most efficacious things for that much longer. That's all I'll say. Let's see if I can't quickly finish reading this. You cleared all the rings on your very first try. Astonishing. Link, you have proven you're ready for more of it. Oh, okay. We're ready for a commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Now, one of the nice things about me doing things this way at the beginning, where it feels a little bit stiff and rehearsed, is that now we don't have to listen to the shilling anymore. If my streams ever go more than 4 hours, then, you know, the minor shilling comes back, but I don't like to do the major shilling too much. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't. But if it's out of sight, which it is if it's being put into links and put in places where people tend not to look in the first place, I hear that pinned comments are the way to go these days. You know, if I don't say something, people won't even bother to look. So I'm doing my due diligence. But I only like to do that sort of thing once. Otherwise, I extend that principle to all the shilling I do for the stream. I will have to step away from my desk in about another 5 minutes or so. I did just warm up and prep the coffee maker for a second cup of coffee. I don't normally have a second cup of coffee. Tends to make me sleepy, especially when drank in such quick succession. Excuse me. But we're out of beverages at the moment, other than water, I suppose. And I guess I could have gotten a glass of water if I really wanted to, but I'm feeling a coffee kick today. I'll be awake. Promise. Link, you have proven you are ready for more of a challenge. I suggest you try the advanced course. You're welcome to train here as often as you like, in exchange for a nominal participation fee. Please do come again, Link. Your feats are an inspiration to others. You went through enough rings to pass Kennelly's training course. As the first to attempt the course and post a score, you've inspired young Rito to try it as well. Kennelly says that you could come back and try flight training again whenever you like. Let's try again. What do you say? Want to try the training course again? I may give you a reward, depending on how well you perform. Are the rules the same? Yeah, he basically just put the rules in for the first time description. Note that in the advanced course, the number and location of the rings is different than in the beginner course. So, sure, we'll try the advanced course. The training course costs 20 rupees. Will that be all right? Marvelous. I'll show you to the starting position. Then on your mark, get set. Oh, they want me to use... Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a... We lost a lot of time for that. Link, what on earth? Oh, there's just a straight up, like, huge obstacle there. I lost a lot of time to that. Okay, yeah, we lost a... What the heck was that noise? When you said for a nominal fee, Troll Castle King Jason says, when you said for a nominal fee, I was reminded of Moneybags from the aforementioned Spyro games. Yes, the very nefarious, yet woefully misguided financial scumbag Moneybags. This time you cleared 29 rings. Now that was some fancy flying. I look forward to seeing you try the course again. That will serve as a good reference for instructing the young warriors who train here. Now take this. I wonder if we can clear all the rings? Let's try again. We net 30 every time we do this. Now that I know a bit more about certain obstacle placements, we should get this done a little bit faster. I won't spend too long at this. Okay, where are the rings? Where did they go? Kennelly. This time you got 29 rings. Also, Kennelly. Link of all people should have been able to get 30. I don't think I went through them all. This time you cleared 32 rings. That's a new record. Now that was some fancy flying. Uh-huh. Okay, I'm gonna presume it didn't look like that was all the rings, but I think we gotta. You bet there's 40. You think there's 40? You know what? I don't mind spending 20 to confirm that. Let's just do it. We got 40 seconds. That's enough time for me to look around and find 40 rings. It seems legit, at least. Yeah. Okay, maybe closer to like 50 seconds. Okay, there were more tucked behind there. All right. 35 rings is perfect score. Okay, and I just found the last 3. I just need to find them mid-flight. Well, if I know the perfect score is 35, I'm going to at least give this a few marvelous college tries. And the fee is only nominal, right? Just need to do it fast. Okay, got it. The first time you hit 35 out of 35, you get 300 rupees. I'm willing to bet it's like it drops to like 100 afterward. GG. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold on, I didn't read. Hoo-hoo, you cleared all the rings? Well done. I can't believe it. You passed through all of the rings. What an incredible showing. I'll record what I saw today so that posterity will know of the flying Hylian. Please, take this in exchange for your tremendous effort. That'll help buy the next suit of armor. No, I'm good. I'm good. We don't need to see a repeat of this. We're good.
Thank you, though, Mr. Kennelly. Enjoy your retirement. We're going to grab the last Korok seed that I've marked, and then we're going to go talk to Mr. Taba and see about, maybe about getting a Great Eagle bow, since we got the Swallow one. If we need to wait for a little more time to pass or whatever, okay, but, you know, at least I gave it a good try, right? Yeah. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. That seems like a pretty good minigame to make money off of. It's pretty quick. It's not super quick, but, you know, I enjoy flying minigames like this. Even though I find the Spyro races a little bit frustrating, I did enjoy them as a kid and as an adult later when I started playing, like, the Wii game, like the ports of Spyro games that came out for the Wii and such. It's such a shame that it wasn't until the last 4-ish years that it wasn't until the last couple of years where, you know, there's been like a resurgence in remastering things. I hope some of the other Spyro games get a remaster and not just the classic trilogy. I realize I'm saying this with games that maybe people don't quite enjoy so much because they aren't straight platformers, right? Or they aren't straight collectathon games, but I did quite enjoy the ones where there was more story. You know, it wasn't just, oh, here's this herpty-derpty bad guy, you know, go save the dragons and maybe even save your friend Sparks. I want to say it was one of the Wii games or like a PS3 type game where what is it? You get to play as you get to play a little bit more as Rip. I think that's his name. It's been a while. I'll have to play the trilogy remaster for you guys sometime because I do have that. I do have that on my system somewhere. Troll Castle King Jason says, you know, most people are excited for the Spyro Enter the Dragon remake. Kappa, you would love that. Well, I said it, so I should probably write it in the suggestions. That's not what's up for a vote this year, or basically this year. Goodness, it's already July? Yeah, we're going to be playing this game all year. But maybe I'll consider that under the streamer's choice option. Thanks to the kids, my shop is back in business. Even now that she doesn't need to run the shop anymore, Cree is going around the village advertising for me. Plus, with the blizzard gone, I could stay stocked up on products again. With a bit of work, my shop will be better than ever. Shiny says, any game is fine if it's streamed by a cool person, so I'm fine with anything, man. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated, Mr. Shiny. It's at least in for serious content. I'll put it this way. The trilogy is... the Spyro Reignited trilogy or whatever, I'll at least put that in the hat for the streamer option. Before, I was definitely 100% sold on doing Elden Ring Reforged challenge runs because there's so much that has changed in the Reforged mod. It's not funny. There are whole new systems. There are a lot more fortunes to choose from. And, you know, the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC also added amazing fire spells for the challenge run. But when I'm doing a challenge run, I'm not the most chatty person in the world. It's fine when I'm doing the routing, right? But when you actually, if you've ever sat in on a challenge run of Elden Ring or Dark Souls material before, people have to get really locked in if they want to the challenge run kind of becomes the goal of the stream. It's not that interaction necessarily takes a back seat, but if you don't take the moments where you're not doing a boss to chat and you're not good at multitasking, the challenge run can leave a lot to be desired in terms of social interaction. That's the way my sibling put it anyway, more or less. Plus, right, with a bit of work, my shop will be better than ever. That shop being the Slippery Falcon General Store. Browse at your leisure. Think of us the next time you need anything. I'm buying goat butter. All of it. Not to Banthan wheat. I can farm for that. But we're gonna get the cane sugar because that's not very farmable, and same is true of the oil. And probably arrows because I always like buying arrows. It's nice that there's not a cap on the number of arrows that you're allowed to have before they're open from shops. That's a nice quality of life thing. I hated having to... I should say I didn't hate it. But I did find having to kill Lizalfos a whole bunch and Breath of the Wild really tedious for arrow farming. Like, really, really tedious. There were some instances where, like, do I really want to do this? Do I really want to wake up, or, you know, now that the stream is over, do I really want to kill like 100 Lizalfos and get 300 arrows? And my mind would usually say yes, because, well, I like having around 400 arrows so that we don't have to, just so we don't have to, you know, be inconvenienced by resources. Okay, hello, Tulin.
Hi.
Hey, Link. Thanks to you, life in Rito Village is slowly getting back to normal. Thanks to Silver Lionels and Tears of the Kingdom, you have, Troll Castle King Jason says, you have 999 arrows. That's cool. I take it they drop a lot of them. I've been looking into leads about Princess Zelda, and I'll let you know right away if any of them go somewhere. Oh yeah, one other thing. I don't think this has anything to do with where the princess went, but Hearth asked me to help him sort through some ancient literature. You'll never believe what I found written in one of his books. Sternida, Gothlems, and Sherfins. Hidden treasure sleeps in the center of 3 secret hot springs in the mountains. Guide the 3 waters to that place. When it fills, the slumbering treasure will awaken once more. There's got to be something good waiting for whoever solves the riddle, right? Secret hot springs, huh? I've been to the Sternida secret hot springs a few times. It's northwest of Rito Village. It's the best. A quick soak is enough to heal your wounds in the blink of an eye. It keeps you from freezing, too. Just had to make sure there was nothing on my phone there. But I don't know about the others. The Hebra Mountains are a big place. I'm not sure we could cover all of them. But that slumbering treasure is pretty tempting if only we could find it. Yeah, I'm sure as I grind more enemies in this game, and I you know, we open up more and more encampments for me to go grind off camera for, and, you know, I come into my own on grinding for rupees. That's currently a huge bottleneck. Our money troubles and our resource troubles should kind of disappear over time. The only thing that might not ever really disappear is the struggle to maintain a reasonable amount of Zonite on hand. Sternida, Gothlems, and Sherfins. Hidden treasure sleeps in the center of the 3 secret hot springs in the mountains. Guide the 3 waters to that place. When it fills, the slumbering treasure will awaken once more. The Sternida secret hot spring is northwest of Rito Village, but just where could the treasure mentioned in the book be hidden? Well, that's you taken care of. But what about you, good compeer? I was proud to bequeath my great eagle bow to my fully fledged son, of course. But it does leave me without the bow I've used for so long. An elder shouldn't go unarmed, so I'll be crafting myself another one as soon as I can. Can I have one? Can I have one? The bow I gave Tulin was a masterpiece. After so many years of use, it was like another limb for me. But I think I have it in me to craft one just as good. If you want your own great eagle bow, I wouldn't mind crafting one for you too while I'm at it. I'll need a swallow bow, 5 bundles of wood, and 3 diamonds. Those materials might not be easy to come by, but if you can collect them all, then the bow is yours. Oh, you already have the materials I need. Then I can get to work on the bow right away. Hey there, Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're about to get a clan weapon again. AKA one of the 4 racial weapons that are some of the most powerful representations, some of the most powerful weapons that are known among the races. How's that? It's not a pyramid scheme, I promise. I've had I've had some time to chat with the folks in there. They're pretty nice people. I will leave the recommendation of that community to the representation itself, but don't judge books by their covers is what I'll have to say. Yeah, we can get to the work. Diamonds don't come cheap though. I'm definitely doing the classic ADD thing of merging all my words together. Are you certain I can use them? Okay, so judging books by their covers can be important sometimes. It's like this with any, old adage, right? Sometimes if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like one, it's a duck. Now, do you know what kind of duck? Not necessarily, but you know it is at least a duck. Like, being able to judge things by their cover is a survival instinct. I don't want to shame people for their survival instincts. It's just, humans are unique species, and appearances don't always tell you who's ready to shiv you in the back later, and who's gonna wrap their arm around you and ask to be your companion for the rest of your entire life. You have no idea who any of those people are gonna be unless you see them, and unless you talk to them. Understood. Hand those materials here. On my honor, I will make you a bow worthy of the Rito. I didn't expect you to be a Fletcher there, Taba. Why, even the Rito's finest craftsman, Hearth, vouches for my work. I'll make this a masterpiece as good as any of his. Seems like fletching is like a really common thing among the Rito. It's all finished. Here you are. This great eagle bow is for you, Link. I'm pleased with how it turned out. Use it in health. A bow without equal wielded by the Rito champion Rivali. It said Rivali could loose arrows with the speed of a gale, making him supreme in aerial combat. If the bow ever breaks, return here and let me know. So long as we get the materials, I'll make you another one. He collected a swallow bow, 5 bundles of wood, and 3 diamonds, and brought them all to Taba. As promised, he crafted a great eagle bow with them and gave it to you. If your great eagle bow breaks, he can remake it as long as you collect the materials again. I wonder if they respawn, though, or if I'm gonna have to go source a swallow bow every time I think about it. I might have to go source a swallow bow every time I think about it. We'll see. Let me go ahead and knock out these 2. Not the Trailhead Lodge, thank you, but I'm not interested in seeing a title on the map. So before I come back and mark 6 Koroks, I'm well overdue to get that cup of coffee that I had made. So give me just a moment and I will be back momentarily. I am gonna play a short 30-second advertisement though. This is the only other time I play ads is if I've got to step away from my desk. Gotta pull the coffee out, put the creamer in it, mix it all up, and then make sure it doesn't spill on the way back to my office. So, short ad break, but I will be back as soon as humanly possible, and I will catch up on chat then. Thanks, and see you guys in just a moment. Sorry about that, everybody. I should probably have that on a hotkey, huh? That would make things a lot easier for me. Rather than me having to move 120 centimeters, type, and then go do my thing. Anyway, in an effort to talk about something that isn't the video game, I got a statement and a question. One, statement. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. I'm gonna be having shrimp and grits. It's like a real thing here in the southern states. Everyone likes. There are a lot of people that like shrimp and grits. I wish my old man could eat it. He might even enjoy it if it weren't for the fact that he's got a shellfish allergy. Eating shellfish will actually mortally kill him. Send him in the anaphylactic shock and all that other nonsense. Well, not nonsense, but you know what I mean. Just the joy of eating fish is something that eating fish or shellfish is not particularly something that I wish to deprive another human being of, if I can at all reasonably help it. Okay, and there's one there. But I both me and my stepmother are looking forward to it. As for the question, Star Trek, Star Wars, or neither? In terms of like what your preferred like spacefaring series is. Me personally, I am a huge Trekkie. I'm not like part of an organization or anything anymore. I was for a little bit, but I couldn't keep up with dues, so I opted to just, drop out. But the U.S. does actually have an official It does have an official, like, Starfleet Academy and everything, complete with, like, you know, Academy portal on the internet, certifications and courses for lots of things. It's a whole, like, parasocial experience. Specifically, the part of the Star Trek series that I enjoy more than anything else. It's one of the few bits of TV I actually don't mind at all. But if and whenever I can find it, I do in fact try to catch reruns of you know, Star Trek Voyager with like Jane Hathaway in it. One of my personal favorites. What can I say? Just like Coin says, you know, he has a type. Like I said before that I had a type that I could easily see myself, you know, being romantically and or sexually attached to. I got a character archetype when it comes to video games, and it's almost always these larger than life female leads. Whether that be Jaina Proudmoore from World of Warcraft, Ivy Valentine in Soul Calibur, or, yes, dare I say, Jane Hathaway from Star Trek. That's not the only Star Trek show I like, but it's the one that I will, if I do see it, I may actually routinely watch it. Oh, we probably want to be wearing the helmet there. Ew. No. Stop. Don't even think about it. I think I'm only allowed to have one of these, like, puff clouds at a time. Oh, no. No, not at all. You can, in fact, have more than one at a time. I really do need to farm more of these, though. Oh, I meant to demonstrate a muddle butt. Yeah, the muddle buds here. I meant to do that. My bad. I got so caught up in using my traditional tactic of using the puff shrooms that I totally forgot to demo that. Next group of enemies. Promise. A sword gifted to accomplished knights by the royal family, crafted for sword masters. It increases the power of Flurry Rush during a perfect dodge. Oh, we straight up got a fused weapon, huh? That's fine. I mean, weapons we don't have to make are always good. Now we just take this, get on top of this mound, push that out, drop it down, and rinse and repeat. Ultra Hand's like my favorite way to deal with these crates now. You just glue as many of them together as you reasonably can, lift them up, and drop them down over and over, picking up the items inside. Way, way, way better than keeping an axe for such a purpose. All right, so we have... Where is this in relation to... Okay, it's like... here, and I believe I see it. Lucas Soccer said, just got back. What am I working on? More Korok seeds. We just got finished crafting the Great Eagle Bow from Taba. We just got finished making the request of him to do that. And then prior to that, we had been talking for a while about Star Trek, Star Wars, or neither. That was the question I had mentioned earlier. And then I guess but somewhere between those, I commented on the fact that I forgot to show off the Muddle Bud again. And so I'm going to be doing that when I see a group of enemies next time. I think that pretty much covers what you may or may not have missed in just a short span of time. Quickly. Yeah, there we go. Good. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be hunting for meat supplies when the stream is all said and done. I'm trying to think of other things to talk about. Of course, if you guys have any ideas or concepts you want to talk about, feel free to. I don't always come with a docket of things to talk about. How did I get so many arrows? Buying many arrows over and over, and puff shrooms. Using puff shrooms to sneak around so that instead of, knocking enemies out via arrow, I can just sneak strike the lot of them. I can usually get 2 or 3 in the window of 1 puff shroom activation. And that is usually more than enough to get me some arrows. Plus, lots of time in the depths, constantly mining things all the time. Just toiling away is what I'm doing. To answer your question, lots of time grinding. To sum that all up and put it in a nice, neat bow. Okay, that one was pretty easy. What one next? Over there, up past the waterfall? Sure. Oh no, is this water freezing? Okay, it's not freezing. I thought it might be. Link, get up there. Do I prefer to throw items or fuse them to an arrow and shoot them? I used to prefer... Okay, so when I've got plenty of arrows like I do right now, I have no... I'll fuse them to arrows and shoot them all day long. But I've been throwing them so much in order to preserve arrows that I have since more or less now I throw them so often that sometimes it's the first thing I think of, so I just end up throwing a lot of things, and it mostly depends on what it is too. So puff shrooms are a thing I routinely throw now as opposed to shoot, but muddle buds are almost exclusively something I attach to arrows. So there are differences to be had there, for sure. How about yourself? Throwing them or fusing them to arrows to shoot? Or like me, it kind of depends on what it is. I'm taking a second to kind of let my throat rest. Even though I've got a drink here and I am drinking it. sometimes taking a second to collect your thoughts can truly make all the difference as a content creator. You can't be super chatty 24/7. I don't even know what I shot at. I don't even know what I shot at. That's, I should have taken a look at that. I bet I probably shot at a wolf or a fox or something. Probably a wolf, now that I think on it. So I've been thinking about the way I want to do things after Hebra, and I feel pretty confident that the next episodes after Hebra, you know, after we collect the Koroks on the surface, and then we go into the caves and collect all of the, you know, just see all the caves, shoot as many bubble frogs as possible, all that fun stuff, and we go through the depths. My next goal is to definitely go check out Kakariko and Hateno villages, you know, get some of those services unlocked. I think it's about time we do that. Not even so much for, like, the sensor, right? Because we have the object map. It's not like I need it in the first place. But it's, you know, it's to maybe be able to dye our clothes. It's to see some extra, you know, armor sets. Get things like milk or cheese or tomatoes even. And, you know, just take a nice long sabbatical from, you know, plotline and story and all that other fun stuff. These are just kind of things I'm thinking about. I'm almost 100% sure that's how I want to do it as well. This water is probably freezing. Yeah, unbearable cold. Absolutely. I'm not 100% sold on that. You know, especially given, you know, how long we might spend in Hebra. People might be like, dude, you're spending too long doing things that are not related to the story. Just do the story. And we're gonna have to get the slip resistance ready. The only one I have, even. It rained and then all of a sudden stopped. It's like this game constantly wants to remind me that it assumes control. You know, a la Harbinger from Mass Effect 2. It wants to remind me that, you know, it can take away my ability to progress vertically at any given time. Hyrule should be part of the UK. Constantly changing weather, especially rain. Yes, all the time rain. I cannot tell you guys the amount of time, the amount of times in Breath of the Wild where I'll be mid-climb and rain just immediately. That was in Breath of the Wild. It's also happened a fair number of times in Tears of the Kingdom. You know, it's fine, and then all of a sudden, you change loading zones or area zones or something, and the rain just loads in, and it's like you gotta find the scene where the loading area is, so it's not raining anymore, so you can climb. It's one of the more frustrating things about this particular subset of the Legend of Zelda franchise. It's... Also, I definitely want to make sure I'm wearing the correct armor here. Ooh, you know what? Let's grab this shrine while we're here. In Tears of the Kingdom, you can eventually get a slip-proof set. Yeah, the frog armor, right? Tracy showed it to us when we went to the Lucky Clover Gazette. Yeah. We'll get our start on that pretty soon, too. But for the time being, you know, gotta explore Hebra. I want to get that knocked out so that, you know, we don't continually have things to do in Hebra. It's like, oh, basically, it's like every second I spend doing something that isn't, you know, checking off one Korok seed at a time. 292. Okay, I've been keeping pretty good count. Every second I spend not collecting a Korok is the longer it sits there, you know, waiting to be collected. Aid from above, huh? Aid from above. I don't think we can, like, do that. Can't climb. I presume I don't see anything in here that's immediately helpful, so I'm gonna try to, like, jump over that and hope we don't actually need to trip the tripwire later. Oh. Okay, no, those aren't panels that you can lift up. Got it. What is this, a security gauntlet? What am I, Rouge the Bat? Did the game suddenly go, ah, I see that you haven't yet dealt with the laser system too much yet. Time for you to do that now. Well, I'm determined to do this my way, game, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh, I have no idea where I'm going. You could also drop a weapon, shield, or bow and use Ultra Hand to just touch the laser and see what happens. Good idea. Let's do that here. And maybe drop... Let's use this, like, Boko shield. Sure. Ah, okay. Oh, wait, what? Seriously? Okay, so they appear... That's what these plates are for. So I'll zoom in using the camera. These, like, white-colored panels that are clearly, like, off-color. Yeah, those lead to pits, and I assume you just void out of those. We actually need to trigger this. Okay, that's a neat subversion. You're not constantly just trying to avoid you're not just constantly trying to avoid the trip lasers. You actually do need to trigger them to get some of the things you want. That's cool. I wonder if they're going to put that to the test in here. So far, so good. Oh, no! Oh, shoot. Oh, right. Don't be intimidated. Up here. Okay, nah, I thought that was gonna get a little bit hairier than that. All right, so I think this was just teaching us the ins and outs of, like, laser or tripwire lasers. Definitely no more coffee for a while, though. I gotta let this 2-cup combo dissipate. Yeah, so here's something about me that people don't know a whole bunch about. I say it's fairly often, but it doesn't always come up. I mentioned before that, like, a second cup of coffee tends to make me sleepy. It's even worse when it's alcohol. I cannot even be a good social drunk. Can't do it. There's like a small window where I can drink just enough to get super giggly and I'll like trip over furniture and things. But for the most part, usually if I've had a drink, and I've had a few drinks before, it does not take me long to pass the threshold where I move from the realm of, okay, I'm giggling, I'm having a good time, to it's just Z's, constant snoring, all the time. And so because of this, I have just opted to, experience life sober. Like, as sober as possible. Like, a 12-ounce can of, 5% alcohol is enough to put me to sleep. Okay, what? I know I just passed by something. Oh, the pin was here, but the Korok is actually up there. Okay. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, you guys know the spiel by this point. 3 minutes of commercial ad time. 3 minutes of break time for everybody. I always recommend people get up, get a stretch, grab a snack, do something fun for 3 minutes. Because I do run commercials. For you guys on YouTube, I am sorry that it's structured this way, but if I don't structure it this way, and I do what most other streamers do these days, which is to use the automatic ad manager, because increased ad revenue, you get 55% as opposed to 30. That even though it's pennies and peanuts, you're getting paid more peanuts if you do things the way Twitch wants them. If you don't want to play into that, you kind of your stream kind of suffers a bit. So I that's why I run the commercial breaks the way that I do, because I don't want to play into that. I think that's a sucky experience. Plus, it also serves as like a... Okay, is it here or is it somewhere else? Ah, okay. It's somewhere else. But that was our 5-minute warning, so we have around 4 minutes. My commercial breaks are based on the real-world clock. So, it always happens at the top of the hour. I have timers set and everything. I used to have to manually run this sort of thing. Can I just say it feels really nice to have this all on a script with timers and stuff set up. I hated doing it manually, which is, a big reason why, Twitch has like the ad manager and everything, right? Like, it's set up that way so that you operate by convenience. But Firebot has been awesome. That's my bot manager I use for the streams, and it's really been helpful for, managing this stuff automatically. You do have to learn how, the system works. You do have to learn how schedule effects work, and you can even get fancier with it, right? You can learn code. You can set up conditional variables and everything. Yes. I did say we would attempt to try Muddle Buds. Let's try a Muddle Bud here while we're at it. So here's one such Muddle Bud. Okay, it would help if I literally didn't kill. How about no? That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, okay. See, this is one of the things I don't like. You can either have an enemy be affected by a Muddle Bud or a Puff Shroom, but not both. Not both at once. But both together, I'm sure an insidious combination, because you can literally set up the Muddle Bud affected target in such a way that set it up in such a way that they kill a lot of people in the cover of a Puff Shroom. I bet it's hilarious. Okay, so we got ourselves a bone bow and some boxes, but we'll crack open those boxes after break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something that we were looking for out of that commercial break. Not ads, of course. Everybody hates those. Man, I can't tell you the number of times where I wish I could just wake up and not see a single advertisement in the morning. I think marketing as a concept should be. I think marketing is an inevitability of selling things as a product or a service, or the service of selling things to people. But I definitely wish there weren't quite so many devious schemes to get people to buy things. And yes, even something like making the experience horrible enough to have people buy Twitch Turbo or, get YouTube Premium or stuff like that. And shitification is the word we're looking for here. That is a particularly nefarious, but not necessarily downright evil, just nefarious and greedy tactic to get people to pay for a better or even the same experience they had before things became enshittified. I can get viscerally angry, and as someone who is neither a capitalist nor a communist necessarily, and I'm not a socialist either, I believe in mixed economic models. I think, not adhering to anyone's strategy and just doing what is best is, what saves us from a lot of the shenanigans that one side or the other will play. And I wish I could say, oh, well, maybe socialism's the best answer, right? It would be nice if we would probably have a system that would approach something more akin to socialism, or what true socialism is, if we thought with everyone's best interests in mind instead of merely our own interests in mind, like putting other people first as opposed to putting ourselves first. If everybody were transcendental. But it's hard to be transcendental when you're busy thinking about a roof over your head. You can still have empathy, right? Like, I'm not saying, if you're not an empath, you can't be a socialist. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, I need to find this bloody rock. Oh, it's literally right here. When in doubt, look at where the gap is, look where the gap would be pointing, that sort of thing. What I am saying is philosophical dogma, unfortunately, corrupts a lot of what would be considered just reasonable policy position. Like, it really, truly would. Let's put greed aside, because greed is, like, the biggest reason, right? But there are people who do legitimately just believe in social Darwinism. If you can't chuff it, you shouldn't be a participant in society, whether forceful or not. And when you have philosophical dogma mixed up in policy position, it can really... the dogma isn't even necessarily enough by itself, right? You need human folly. You need exclusionism. You need people to engage in othering. You need a lot of that as well. But it's not hard to do, and temporary othering over inconveniences leads to more permanent othering when emotions cloud disagreements. 90% of the world's problems are problems of the emotional variety, and if we just fixed them, 295. Okay, I have been tracking this properly. If we just fix them, right? I truly think a lot of the world's issues would, well, it would come down to logic, and really people would be unable to refute it. You know, we would see the people that are caught up in folly and greed for what they are. I know. I bet people weren't looking for policy hour with yours truly, but I can only talk about the game for so long before it you know, I really begin to reek of autopilot. And I don't want to just be autopilot the stream. I want to talk about real relevant things. Here at Coinstamp, we don't just talk about... I'm trying to make sure I recognize where exactly I'm going. Okay, I found my point of reference. It is, in fact, this spot here. Being the quintessential fence sitter tends to get me in a lot of trouble. And it's not that I sit on fences, it's that my policy positions just really don't line up with those of other people. They really, really don't. And by definition, that makes me somewhere in the middle, aka a fence sitter, aka pick a side or will make you pick a side by shunning you so that you can't be in the same space. It happens all the time. Not to me, because, you know, having an ability to walk among social circles is kind of a specialty of mine, but I've seen it happen to people where they basically kind of become, you know, a stateless individual. And by stateless, I don't even necessarily mean just of the legal or ethnic persuasion, but I mean an ideological persuasion. You know, being shunned to the point that most humans actively avoid you. And in some cases, you don't even have to do that. There's an old video that happened, that was recorded, I think, in 20... Okay, I missed the sauce and wherever this is. It's right here. What was I saying? Right. There was this old video. I think it might have been taken in Romania. There was a YouTuber that had a grown disabled man in the car, and the names looked Romanian at the very least. It may not have been, though. Where the guy, you know, shouts like a child or gets excited. He had never ridden in a Lamborghini before, and this content creator, you know, gave him what he wanted, because it's hard for him to be seen. You know, most people avoid him because of the way his movements are and how he looks, but he spoke like an adult. The YouTuber, the content creator, was in legit tears seeing the dude incredibly happy. You couldn't even get a minute into the clip without the person, or without the disabled man saying, what, you know, without apologizing or wondering if something is wrong, which I think is really sad. That it's like that people do shun based off appearance. You don't even have to do what I do, which is be an ideological fence sitter. You can just look like someone who isn't well, even if you're well in all other capacities. Even if you're well, you know, people will still find a way to shun, and I think that's particularly disgusting. I didn't cry. My tear ducts don't work very well when it comes to, I'm pretty oh, hold on. What's the deal with this? Is that a campfire? Oh, I wish I could get a closer look. Oh man. Oh no, that's one of the bonfires, right? No, it's a different bonfire. We'll if we I'm sure we'll find the Korok that I'm sure we'll find the Korok friend that will have that will take us there. Although, if I look at that, right, it didn't actually have like the usual shape of something. It didn't have the usual shape of a Korok campground. This particular stamp is covering it, but all of the Korok campfire bonfire areas have like a they have a specific shape to them on the map. Okay. Why don't we destroy this? Destroy this fused material. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. I can always find more rock hammers later. And we're going to bring out a lump of wood. And go from there. That is incorrect. Yeah, that works a lot better. You used to have to put bonfires near these, like, chunks of ice. It was really quite annoying. I just want to point out that we're about to hit the 30% mark. I just want to point that out. That I wasn't expecting to make such progress today. I feel pretty good about that, all things considered. Now, we have... You know what we could do? We can go up here and then literally use the island chain as like a drop-off point for some of these other Korok seeds. That's pretty nice. But yeah, like I was saying before, and I'll go ahead and double-check Twitch and YouTube. Nothing's changed, so I'll keep talking about what I was talking about earlier. It really stinks that it really stinks that, you know, people... We talked about judging a book by its cover, and it is useful to sometimes judge books by their covers, but there are many more cases where, you know, like what I just described with that disabled Romanian man riding in a Lamborghini for his first time, where many people judge him, and a really wholesome moment on film, because the content creator that gave him that opportunity to ride, in a fast car, you know, like, if it weren't for that content creator, nobody would have seen that, like, wholesome moment. And, you know, especially even more so because, you know, it got clipped, right? People saved the clip and put it on YouTube for later. Okay, we've marked yet another Korok. Neato. Ah, I found it. I just saw it. It was a bunch of it was a fairy light just now. The trees are always bare. That's what I should be looking for. Okay, who's throwing a rock? I did not want that. Thank you, but absolutely not. I will definitely not say no to a big chunky stick, and if I can find a rock, I'll definitely staple one on. Yeah, just don't judge books. And by judging books, I mean judging people. You shouldn't judge people by their outward appearance. None of my audience does that. None of my audience does that. We're all decent human beings here, but you never know. Interesting. I thought for sure. I'll also just straight up take a rock hammer, though. All right, we've got that. I'll mark that off my map. We have yet another shrine. This one I'm pretty sure isn't tied to a quest or anything. Oh, they've been making a lot of the shrine quests tied to, like, caves as of late. And that's a good way to distinguish the ones that are, that you can just find in the overworld. I suppose in other news, let's see. I'm trying to remember what I... Oh, they're gonna make us do this again? Sure, game. Proving grounds. Infiltration. Well, we better bloody take everything that we see here. Okay, so now we gotta sneak around, right? Okay, I'll wait for you to... Oh, you're gonna do that, are you? Dang it. I don't think there's any way to avoid... Oh, yes there is. Yes, there absolutely is. We can literally, you know, arrive up top. Okay. Neat. What other kinds of security systems do we have here? Oh, definitely not your average experience. We're gonna do that. And repeat that one more time. Dang. There is no one here. Never mind. I guess I just kind of blew it all up, huh? Interesting. Okay, so we've got a bunch of these, like, more interesting areas. Followed up by... Or like, we've got, like, a basically kind of an L-shaped area, followed by a laser system up top. Alright. Dang. Is that like a stake? Yeah, that's a stake attached to like a flame emitter. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Come on. Show me you mean business. No, you don't. Okay, what the heck is all that? I guess we could just remove this thing, right? We got a beam emitter? Ah, I see. That we probably wanted to attach to our shield more than anything. Your equipment will be returned to you now. Thanks. Now we just have to figure out where the, Oh, never mind. Alright, I was wondering about that. Sorry, just making sure I've actually marked off the Koroks that I was supposed to have marked off. We'll make sure we stop by a goddess statue at the end of stream and turn in these blessings of light. Well, hey, at least you know, we can safely say that I can now start operating farming procedures for frost gleox now. And I really quite enjoyed that fight. I think that's going to be the highlight of my day, honestly. It's just that, you know, just that fight as a whole. I enjoyed that a lot. And also, what's everyone looking forward to for dinner? If and you don't mind my asking, of course. You know, if you don't feel like sharing that, please don't. I never want to feel like I'm coercing someone. I never want to feel like I'm coercing someone to share their life with me. I just think it might be interesting to talk about and get us off of talking about the game for a minute. That's all, more than anything. Okay. Then one more time, bouncing off the big, beautiful boat. Way more beautiful than the big, beautiful bill ever will be. Let's see. Lucas Soccer says, you don't know what you're having for dinner. Fair. Probably pizza. I had that about 3-4 days ago. My folks actually took, you know, mind of the fact that I struggle with tomatoes now. So they've ordered a pizza that had cream sauce in it. It was pretty good. I was really worried that the taste of pizza would be muddied by, you know, Alfredo cream sauce, but I actually don't mind it too much. Well, I hope the pizza's delicious. Are we talking like a frozen pizza ordered out, or, you know, one that you make yourself? I know people that still hand make pizzas. It's usually pretty good stuff. And I see the offending rock right there for everyone to see. Or AKA the chunk of ice. Probably order some. Fair. Well, in this case, I hope whatever you're ordering, you know, turns out well. Because I've had some amazing pizza ordered out. I've also had some absolutely terrible pizza ordered out. I remember getting an order from Pizza Hut once that was like, why the heck did they think, you know, shipping the pizza out like that was good? Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and hope you enjoy your stay. You got here just in time. I think we're either at 300 or 301 Koroks. Yeah, we are 30% of the way done with Koroks in this game, which is still so wild to me. Oh no, we don't want to melt that. We don't want to melt that. We don't want to melt that. Stop melting it. Stop. Sorry you got a bit late. You did something? Oh no reason to, was that an enemy? Yeah, I was about to thaw out an enemy. You see the blue tail there? Yeah, that's a blue Lizalfos. And I'm quite sure that's not the Korok I'm looking for. Yeah, that's why I stopped. As soon as I realized that, absolutely not. Okay, so yeah, I'm not actually looking for... I wonder if it's out here. I'm gonna try looking around, but... I think the balloon being referenced is, like... back up there somewhere. Maybe. But you did something? Well, I mean... how's the content creation been going? I know you've been, let me pull up the last... I want to make sure I get this right. I think it might have been related to, like, Super Mario Odyssey, but I know this has been in the, announced in the, projector channel on my Discord server for YouTube peeps. Moving back into the correct spot. The All Moons run on Switch 2. Yeah, how's that going for you, Mr. Bear Type? I haven't yet had a chance for a proper sit down. The past couple of days have been fairly busy. Also, why do I feel like maybe it's one of these two one of these two ice blocks instead. Okay, this one's a treasure chest. Okay, and then we definitely wanna stop melting that. Okay, cool. Let's put that to a stop. It is a silver one, and he does have a stick I want. I may melt it in my off time later, but for the time being, I'm gonna at the very least make an attempt to ignore that. All right, what's the deal here? Do I need to look underneath or something? I might need to look underneath. Let me double check the coordinates of this one. Negative 3,975, 342, 371. So if I move back to the spot on the map where I could see this, I'll reply to that in just a moment, I promise. Bear Type says, that's okay. I know I stream when it's like 8 a.m. for you, but I do want to do a long stream at night for the last part to end it. Oh, cool. I look forward to that. Bear Type also goes on to say, I just finished my first manga ever. Nice. It's a long story. How I even started reading it, because you don't watch a lot of anime. Same. And I have never even thought about reading one, but I guess it just happened. And that was your longest message ever? Hey, that's sometimes it's how it goes. If you're... Are you enjoying the manga? And if so, do you know which particular manga? I'm not a manga enjoyer myself, but, it's always interesting to have this sort of thing to talk about. Like at night for me is about in the mid-afternoon for you. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. That would definitely put you There are a few places that could be. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that type of time was only available to me on weekends. Sadness. Well, I shouldn't say only available to me on weekends, but I guess if I'm streaming every day, unless I take a sick day or something, I guess, yeah, mainly it's weekends. And that kind of stinks. I really gotta, put my foot down and start watching some of the VODs that are up on the channel. I really gotta get to work on that. Okay, so I think we're at about the right spot. So now my coordinate is let's see. My altitude is 427, 342, and 333. It's below here, but isn't this like a solid rock underneath? What gives then? Oh, is there like a cave? You know what it is? I bet there's a cave, and I bet there are Koroks in there. I don't think I will read another one for the near future, but for the short, you were bored at like 12 a.m. You saw it on Netflix, and someone watched all of it in one night until 8 a.m. Don't ask. Oh no, you somehow watched all of it in one night. There's an anime, but it's only part of the manga. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. You binge watched an anime, and then you found the manga and was like, so this is where the anime comes from. Yeah, that's a valid experience. I remember, I think I've mentioned before that I've played World of Warcraft a lot. I actually have a book lying around. Let me see if it's in here and I can show it real quick. This is one of those things where I was like really deep into that rabbit hole, and I'm pretty sure someone even gifted me this book because someone knew I played World of Warcraft back then. Let me see if it's in my office. 1 second. Might be in my bedroom. Give me another moment. I will be right back. My complete and utter apologies. I thought I would be able to find the book. I'm gonna have to go find it. But it's like a thick paperback book. And it's specifically called The Cataclysm. It's right after the time where, Deathwing reawakened, and it was just before Jaina Proudmoore had to endure the you know, the WMD that was put on top of Theramore. Yeah, I wasn't anti-horde before, but that was like the clarion call for me to be anti-horde after. Yeah, wild stuff. Her hair turned white. Having to put up all that arcane energy to protect herself and a few other people from the explosion generated by the huge arcane bomb. Yeah, I know entirely too much World of Warcraft lore. Don't ask me, do ask me why, but I'm pretty sure the answer is predictable. Anyway, we got these last 2 Koroks we gotta find. We've at least made my quota for Koroks for the day, so I'm not too upset by this development, but let's see. How are y'all doing in chat? I mean, such can be a stream, right? You know, the stream can be chatty at the beginning and then it can get real quiet toward the end. All right. What is going on with this then? Okay, now we're too far below the ground, or too far below the cliff's edge there. Okay, let me head back to the island chain, and I almost think it'll be. I almost think it's in a cave. I hate to say it, but let's see where the closest cave is. Yeah, yep, okay. Let's we're gonna go dip into this cave real quick. Do I want to do that though? That's something I gotta think about. Because if I'm thinking about it, this would be the right about the correct height, right? Because okay, let's first descend from sky. So how much different in Hebra? How different is Hebra here compared to Breath of the Wild? Because I don't know if I want to explore it right now. Hebra isn't too different. A lot of the areas are the same. It's just the areas are a bit more, how do I word this? Compressed, right? So in Breath of the Wild, you know, there was a lot more distance between areas on the surface. A lot, and you know, Hebra was this like really big region. It wasn't cut up into 2 pieces like this. So it's like more compressed, but also, yeah, like you still have the sky and the depths, which are also still split up like Hebra. Yeah, it could certainly take a while if you want to see it all. How about it? I'll say it that way. It could take a while if you want to see all of it. Beartype goes on to say, I'll keep it for later. Maybe for the best if you don't like dealing with mountains a whole bunch. So is that a good thing you'd say? I would say it's just the way that, you know, Tears of the Kingdom has chosen to, you know, handle the map. They compressed things in order to fit more things in. You spent a week of playing in Breath of the Wild just exploring here. Yeah, that's Hebra for you. So that's the North Summit. Our lovely friend the cave is like right around here. I'll go ahead and put a pin there, and we'll just see if our I'll see if my intuition is right. You've been to the maze yet? Not in Sky, no. I know there is a labyrinth right around in this area somewhere. My sibling did tell me that, you know, there are labyrinths, and based on what I can see on my map, that would be about the right place to put a maze, right? Because, you know, in Breath of the Wild, we had the Zonai Labyrinth here as well. It was just on the ground. Now that the upheaval is here, I'm willing to bet it's airborne. But no, there's no tower here. And we're probably not gonna go to this particular region for a while. Because my next pit stop that I want to make is to check out Kakariko and Hateno. I want to make sure I do that because I feel like there are some things that we could find in those general areas. No, we haven't been there yet. People started asking lots of questions about when we were going to do the phenomena. So I wanted to make sure I, paced out the story well. Because we had already spent like around 10 or 12 episodes. 10 or 12 episodes just, collecting Koroks, filling out regions, doing a few side quests here and there, stuff like that. So if people want to see the story, it's the kind of thing that would make one very antsy. Okay. We've discovered the cave. I'm gonna make a save here, just in case, because normally the way I do this is we go through caves after we've done the surface, but I need to see if the Koroks are in the cave like I think they are. Because if they are, we'll just have to come back and grab them, once we're ready. And that'll be fine. Beer Type says, honestly, there are much things less to do here than Breath of the Wild, but it's expected because it's not needed for the story. Yeah, so there's like a... that almost looks correct. Almost. I wouldn't be surprised if they put a Korok in here, because there was a, if we'll recall, there was the Dragon Bone Mire, and they put some on top of ribs. Not much less, but the amount you think you will need because it's not needed for the story. Not here, like Kakariko or... I'm sorry, Kakariko. I'm going to assume that's the way it's written in Japanese. Some very original spots for Koroks. Okay, in all fairness, these Koroks were here in the previous game. There was, I believe there are exactly 1 or 2 Koroks that are here that were here at the Leviathan Bones. So it's not out of character or anything, just... Yeah, see, look, right there. Damn. I really... I wonder, do I do it now? No, it's how you think it's written? Okay, fair. Then I'll go ahead and put the spelling in there so you know it for the future. As soon as I read this comment here. Shiny says you will visit this place again sometime in the future? Oh, for sure. I'm willing to bet there's like the same, take a picture of the Leviathans. Like you'll need to take a picture of the Leviathans or something, just like there was in Breath of the Wild. I take it you found the spelling on your own, Bear Type? I think that's what that statement is saying. That's cool. Okay. You know what? I'll go ahead and grab it. I don't want to have to come back here or reload just for that. I think that's kind of silly. Not a picture, but it does have something to do with those skeletons. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got the one here. So if I go back, I'm going to go ahead and take this pin out of here. So there is one there. This Korok was right around here. I'm willing to bet there is another standing balloon, because that's what it says on the map. At the top. I'm willing to bet there's one at the top of this. That would just make the most sense, given what we know. Yes, we are multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. You know, you guys are more than welcome to have some crosswise conversations. Now, the fact that I had to remove the who's on what platform mark does make cross-platform conversation a little bit harder, but I gotta do it. As I said when I made the announcement about this, Twitch has gotten really aggressive about its simulcasting requirements for whatever reason. So I do what I got to do in order to survive. Lucas Soccer says, have a great time, and I will watch as much as I can whilst on vacation. I hope you enjoy your vacation, good sir. Great to see you again. Rest well, my senator and inductee, and I will assuredly catch you, you know, at some point. Bear Type says, boo, boo for the Twitch thing. Yeah, it's part of why I made the announcement about, you know, getting things ready for Kick. I'm still kind of in a holding pattern about that. I've got it set up. But Kick is like a whole different animal compared to Twitch. Yes, Kick, all capital letters. Kick. It is the alternative platform to Twitch. It's like the main one. Just like you also have Trovo and like Odyssey and a few other places. Kick is just the most prolific one, and a lot more major streamers have been moving to Kick, such that, you know, I could totally get why Twitch is like, hey, we don't want you to advertise our competitor on your webpage or even talk about it if you can at all help it. I get it. But to ban someone for 90 days because they showed people how to stream on Kick or were multi-streaming to Kick? Really? Hassan Piker doesn't even get a 24-hour ban for calling for the sitting death of a U.S. senator, but someone Nutty, I think that Nutty got this ban. Nutty got a 90-day ban for multi-streaming to Kick. That's just wild. Sorry I'm bringing this up again. This is old news, right? Nutty isn't even set to return to Twitch until September. It's crazy. Literal call for murder. Multi-streaming to a competitor? Get out of here. Like, just the drastic change in the drastic, totally indefensible policy shift is wild. All of the hated streamers are there. No offense for whoever streams there. That is true. You will find a lot more politically insensitive people of streaming there. You absolutely will. But if even all of the politically sensible people are moving to Kick, that's not a good sign. Like, the fact that, oh goodness. Okay. Old Skull location. I'm sorry, I'm really trying to figure this out. I'm trying to do like 3 things at once. You're getting all the bubble gems? Yes, that is something else we're doing. So I should probably get on it. I know exploring the cave is out of order, but gotta make it work. You saw him there at the back? Yeah, the bubble frog? Yeah, we'll go and get him. No need to worry about that. I'm just gonna, you know, do it smart. Yeah, the whole 90-day ban for streaming to Kick. And here's the the kicker to that, right? Like, even if we put aside the fact that someone called for the death of a politician and they got a slap on the wrist, even if we put that aside, right? You know, Nutty has been like a major figure that's been multi-streaming to YouTube for a while. You got, what is it, Professor Vox or Epos Vox? You have all these streamers that have been multi-streaming to YouTube for quite a while. And it wasn't until Kick showed up, and specifically like a year after Kick's inception, do you actually... is Twitch like, okay, yep, sorry, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. It's not YouTube. It's not... Oh, we literally have to do things this way. Yeah, it very much... Shiny has the right of it. It very much reads like, you know, jealous girlfriend behavior. It's wild. Absolutely wild. It make it make sense. Then again, these decisions come from Dan Clancy, you know, the CEO for Twitch, right? For like he's the CEO from Amazon, one of the CEOs from Amazon that have been assigned to Twitch, and or the current running CEO. I just... You know, you wanna know what I think the real reason is? And this is gonna make even less sense once I say it. So, Twitch has like a bunch of policies set in place so that if your audience says something or does something in your chat, right? Like, let's say someone uses the N-word, right? You know, I have to ban them. And of course I would ban them. I personally don't have a problem with that. But if it shows up on the screen for more than a split second, and sometimes not even then, usually the kind of thing that doesn't even get a pass is, like, porn. I know, I said the wicked word, the P word, the 4-letter P word, but if accidental porn gets someone a definitive temporary ban, sorry, I get why, right? Twitch doesn't want to be responsible. Twitch doesn't want to be financially responsible for some parent somewhere saying, oh, my child watched porn, and it's this streamer's fault. So it's your fault, Amazon. It's your fault, Twitch. I'm gonna sue you. Because that's what people do. People in America are particularly very sue-happy. No matter what we think about parental supervision on the internet, no matter what we think of that, from Twitch's perspective, they're trying to mitigate, you know, financial liability. But here's the thing. We get punished anyway, right? We as content creators, if something accidental like that happens, or if the chats say something that we can't really recant or scrub very easy, you know, we get banned anyway. You know, we're out of here. So the same rationale applies to other platforms like YouTube, like Kick, like Trovo, and so on. I think it's the exact same rationale, but because it's a competitor, right? Kick is a direct competitor to Twitch. I think that is the big motivator for why Nutty got punished so hard. For what essentially was way, way, way less than what some other streamers do. The dude wasn't even guilty of anything beyond having links on a page and talking about it. What do I think? Think about what? The frog or you know, the Nintendo of streaming, or the racist people there. Like if a big streams chat doesn't ban him because there's so much people, yeah, kind of like that. Like the issue or the problem arises when people say nefarious things or do nefarious things, bear type. Because it's all about the terms of service, right? A part of the Twitch terms of service is like, you know, we don't tolerate racism, homophobia, bigotry, xenophobia, or, you know, other isms, right? Which I think that's fine, right? You know, companies have a right to curate the experience they want their customers on the platform to see. And there are the official age for, you know, people to be on Twitch is 13 plus. Like that's the rating. So you have to be at least 13 if you want to be on Twitch, legally speaking. Trying to think about where I'm taking this. While I personally think Twitch should just bump that age up to 18, the execs probably are like, hey, these 13-year-olds that use mama or daddy's credit card are exactly the kind of people we want on the platform because they might unwittingly use the card and give us money. You know, we'll have this policy set up where we can return the funds or whatever, but, you know, ideally, as long as, you know, people are absent-mindedly letting their 13-year-olds on the platform, and, you know, absent-mindedly just letting them do whatever they want, we don't really care. Profits bottom line, baby. Bear type says, not to disrespect, but if you put the 2.5k, the destroy the... Let me go back to this. Yeah, have me be quiet for 5 minutes. No one talk. You'll laugh your butt off for an hour. I mean, you can do it if you want. That's why I put the redemption there. It comes with a nice little soundbite and everything. You're more than welcome to do that. There's a timer. People will know when that's over. No, you're saving for something. Probably the VIP, right? Which is totally fair. And to answer your question, yes, I am talking about 13-year-olds, you know, donating or using their credit card to purchase bits or stuff like that. Because, you know, Twitch management has correctly identified where the easy money has come from. It's not the adults with disposable income. It's the 13-year-olds. It's the children, teenagers, more specifically, who, you know, ask to tap into the credit card or the debit card, or, you know, if you're 16, in some places you can get a job and you have disposable income. It's those people. It's like the people who advertise vapes. Yeah, like vape pens, that sort of thing. All right, so it's definitely... I wonder if we need to ascend here. Because we shot... Here's that balloon. And if I were to read the map exactly as is, it's telling me it's right about in that spot. Do I have Hero's Path already?
It's just asinine.
Really? Really? What? What? And to answer your question, Bear Type, no, I do not have the Hero's Path. It was in the eyeball, literally. I guess how would I have spotted that? How would I have spotted that? Hold on. I guess if I had looked up, right? You can't even see it from there. You can't even see it from there. You probably could have seen it from up here, but you would have been guessing. Okay. All right. Fine, game. We got him. We got it. Ah. Well, as much as I would love to raid out today on Twitch, I gotta cut and run. I've been asked when the stream is going to be over for today, and that usually means something is up. I need to go have a discussion or something, you know, whatever have you. Yeah, I'd love to raid because, you know, the thing is you guys get 250 bonus channel points for that. But real life comes first. So, I'm going to end things off here. My name is Coinstamp, everybody. Most people call me Coin. Really easy to say. The channel points, I know. But I'm thinking about my personal time here. Otherwise, I definitely would raid today. If I will pay you 100 subs, will you continue? 100 subs? Do you mean 100 bits? Because 100 subs is like a lot of money. That is a stupid amount of money. Please tell me you meant bits there. But in all seriousness, I really don't like keeping my folks waiting. Tell you what, how about this? Okay, 5 bits. Last offer. How about I go check, and I will put it up for an extra. That's okay. Very well. See you, Bear Type. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated, and thank you for the good conversation. I'd like to thank everybody for their good conversation today, and thank you as well for the subscription on YouTube. I do keep that stuff anonymous on the on the stream, so it's not disruptive, and people won't complain about it. That's mainly why I do it. And some people just like being anonymous with subscriptions. But thank you for the subscription. I hope you enjoy all of the content that comes along, all the content notifications that comes along with that. Goodness. Yes, thank you for the soundboard redemption, Bear Type. If you want to be on Twitch, that's where the funny emotes are. That's where the funny soundboard stuff is. I don't have anything like that for YouTube. That would take a lot of time to set up, but I could probably pull it off if given the time. Anyway, see you, Shiny. Thank you so much for stopping by as well. Rest well for those of you that are departing. You know, rest well, be well, and be merry. And I hope to see you guys, you know, sooner rather than later. My senators and inductees, this has been another episode of Tears of the Kingdom. When next we meet, we're going to be wrapping up Hebra and maybe starting our journey into the various caves. Maybe. We'll have to see. It kind of depends on how much time we spend up here. But with that, do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my DMs or, you know, Twitter/Blue Sky. Take your pick. See you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.